Good evening, everybody. Welcome on in, and happy Friday, and happy day before the day before Christmas. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Here we go. How are we all doing today? Welcome on in, Shadow Wolf and Noe. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How are we all doing? Thank you also, Shadow Wolf, for that sub. Yes, it's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas. How are we all doing? Hold on. I need to adjust my camera just a tiny bit. You can see my terrible, poorly lit, at least for video, poorly lit, and very messy basement. But yeah, Shadow Wolf, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for subbing for 19 months. 19 months, almost 2 years. Yes, Zero's Workshop / Dungeon. The man basement. I'm hopefully I sound okay too. I'm, as you can see, wearing my headset and using the microphone on my headset, so hopefully it's sounding pretty good and I'm not overdriving things too terribly. But yeah, where was I going? Yes, I dislike the term man cave. I really do, because it seems to me like when somebody says that, like, oh, this is my man cave, it's like, oh, my partner isn't letting me do anything in any other part of the house, and the man cave is usually like relegated to a space that you can't really do anything else with, or that is just terrible, like a basement or a shed or the garage or things like that. That's my view on it, and that's why I dislike that term of a man cave. But enough soapboxing. How are we all doing tonight? How are we all doing? Hopefully I haven't scared you all away with that. We are getting back to our build of the VORON. I was going to make a joke, but never mind. Sorry, that's just me and my pet peeves, and how much I don't know. It's just, that's my pet peeve. Is that so yes, we are going to continue our build of the 3D printer, the VORON, as I get things here. And you'll notice, since we had to stop earlier, and I need to adjust this yet again. That should be better. Okay. We had to stop earlier because I did not have a specific tool that I needed, and that tool is this. This is a machinist square. It's a very small, very precise. Have I watched the new Wednesday series? No, I have not. No, I have not seen that yet. I have not seen that yet. And yes, this is a nice machinist square. This is a cheap machinist square. I bought it from Menards for like $7, but I needed it so I could get these corners all square and make sure that the frame is all square and everything. So let's work on that, shall we? I was missing a tool once, then they returned to work. I love it. I love it. Also, as always, let me know if there's anything wrong with the audio, or if there's something wrong with music or anything like that. And I'll try to fix it as quickly as I can. Like I said, I'm running on a kind of a jank system, a jank setup down here with an old PC. And I'm trying to make room and not drop a whole bunch of stuff as I disappear. Okay, so let me collect my thoughts here again and what we're doing. So we've got our Z build platform, our I put this in the wrong way? I probably did. Now that I notice that, there's holes here, but I may have screwed up and not put them there. I don't know. I'll have to look. Although it doesn't seem like it matters. And yeah, no way. I've heard nothing but good things about that series. Nothing but good things about the Wednesday series. All right, so let's get to work here, shall we? Need to start making sure that all of these frame components are square. I'm wondering if this is probably going to be the easiest way to do it. Okay, that part looks good. There's like, this is my really old PC, still has better specs than mine. Not really. I mean, this is a... I say old PC. This was given to me by my brother-in-law. It's an old AMD APU. It's one of the It's one of the ones where the GPU and the CPU are combined. And I threw in my old 1070. I threw in my old 1070 to give it a little bit of a push. All right, let's get this. That seems to be squared up. Let's go ahead and tighten that down so that can't go anywhere. Okay. Just repeat the process on these corners. And then we worry about okay, that's all nice and tight. Tighten that one down. Not quite. There we go. Of course, as I move, or as I went to tighten it, I moved it. But by what I mean by this is an old PC that I don't have a very nice setup on, is like I don't have the fancy tools and things like I don't have a Stream Deck down here. I didn't bring my Stream Deck down. I'm using the headset mic and not my fancy nice, Yeti. So I'm just kind of making do, but that should be enough for IRL streams like this. Okay. Hero was about to come in and be like the worst gingerbread house ever. Still tidier than your stream room. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. You haven't seen all of my basement. It is it's kind of a travesty. Okay. So now we need to do these. And these need to be, we need to make sure that they are a certain distance away. All right, let's move that. Okay, house tour in 2023. Ask nicely, I might do it. All right, so from, let's make sure we're centered here. From this point, the edge of this right here to the start of this piece needs to be 58 millimeters. needs to be 58 millimeters, which is... There's a trick that I figured out. That I can just use a piece of tape to mark off the spot that I need, or mark off the measurement that I need on my tiny ass ruler. Oh yeah, and I also picked up a jeweler's loop. So I can actually, like, see shit. Okay, so we need to go to 58 millimeters. That's 55, 6, 7, 8. Five, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Yes, a jeweler's loop. Loupe. It's basically it's just a little magnifying glass. But that's because I'm getting old. And yes, tiny ass ruler. Okay, so yeah, Shadow, old. I am the old. Okay, so this needs to be 58 millimeters and square. Okay. So we're going to tighten that down. I don't know if that's square or not. We'll need to figure out if that's square later. There's 58 up there. And yeah, because I don't think the edge of this ruler is square. Okay, those are nice and tight. Let's check our squareness, and actually that's pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Of course, this one came out. All right. And it says this is supposed to be 54 millimeters between these, so we're going to put that one there. Now I'm curious, having tightened that one down, I feel old because half the people at work are like 16 to 19. They've not even lived yet. I'm going to pop out chat so I can get a better view. There, I can see chat and... Yeah, you've not been in lately because sick. I hope you feel better soon, Shadow Wolf. I really do. Being sick sucks. I wonder if this is supposed to be... It is supposed to be 58 from all sides here. Okay, okay. Go ahead and tighten that up. And then we'll check squareness. Feeling a lot better until I go outside to deal with something akin to a smoker's cough. Oof. Yeah. Okay. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. That looks good. That looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. Okay, cool. All right. That part's done. I'm going to go ahead and retighten these because once I get this thing put together, I'm not going to have access to these anymore, so I want to make sure they're nice and tight. All right. Then it rained, and the young people took all the spots in the bus shelter despite having umbrellas. Youths, I tell you. Ah, the Utes. Okay. So our next step is to put in the other. Our next step is to put in the rail blockers here. Rail stops. That's the word I was looking for. Which there should be some more rail stops in this bag. Hopefully I can get them out without spilling too many contents. All right, there they are. Okay, and then I will need some more fasteners. I need the M3s, M3 by 8 button heads. Okay, so we'll get our little stuff here. M3 hex nuts I'll need. M2, M2, 3, M3 by 6, M3 by 10. M3 knurled nuts. Where are my M3 by 8s? Right here. Am I right in saying you're going away tomorrow, Christmas with the family? No, we're not going away specifically. We are going over to a friend's house, though, to spend Christmas Eve, and then on Sunday, I have Christmas at family. Okay. What's that? I really wonder if I'm supposed to be using the square nuts or not with this. I get the feeling that they've given me way more stuff than I need, but we'll see. But yeah, Crafty and I are doing Christmas over at a friend's house who lives not too far away. And by not too far, I mean literally like a 15-minute drive. And then on Christmas Day, we have Crafty's brother and his wife coming over in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we are going over to my sister's. Waterclass has brought everything that you want. So far, this was actually a very nice Christmas gift. Like I said, I won this. And that's about as perfect as you can get. Everything else wise, yeah, I've gotten everything I wanted. Okay, there's that one. Hopefully everybody else's Christmas is also just as good. I also cannot see where my hands are. I can't see my framing. I hope I'm in frame. Battle Class has brought my lottery win. Ignore the fact that I don't do the lottery. Yeah. I don't play the lottery either, Shadow. It's just to me it seems like a big waste of money. You're statistically more likely to get hit by a car. Okay. Get that in. Make sure it's nice and snug, and then tighten that up. Bingo. Stops there, stops there. Good. Stops there, stops there. Perfect. I forget what I was doing with these little things. I had them set aside for a reason somewhere. But yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to be using these square nuts in these channels. I probably am supposed to. And I just haven't been doing that. That's where I was putting them in with this. Okay, so we'll save those little rubber bumpers. All right. What's next? Okay, now I need to start attaching this stuff. And this is attaching these to this. So there's that one. Where's the other piece? It's in here somewhere. That's not it. Front idlers, X carriage, Z. Z end stop mount, Z motor mount. T nut block. XY joint bed front mount, front rear mount. Okay, so it should be in here. And I think I see it. Yep, there it is. Okay, that's the M2x8s that I need. 2x8s. And it says carefully apply a small amount of thread locker to the screws to keep them from going anywhere. Give me a moment, folks. I gotta find my thread locker. I know I have some. Oh, where did I put it? There it is. All right, so there's that. Oh yeah, need to show you what I just printed off of my existing 3D printer. And I love this build plate, just comes right off. This is a box to hold. Where did I put it? This project, which is a homebrew video upscaler. So this, yes, just drop everything. This is going to go in there, and then this is all of the pieces that go with it, and some extras, to be able to upscale from pretty much anything up to 1080p, or anything, and to pump it out via HDMI. And I printed that a couple of days ago. I just haven't taken it off the bed until just now. And there's a little bit of cleanup that I have to do. I have to pull out supports, which I'll get to, but yeah. Got some pretty nice printing off of that. Nice Z. I'm very happy with where my 3D printer is currently, my Neptune 2. All right, so let's see here. This is probably too big. It is. That's too big. Okay. So I gotta be real careful with this stuff because this is very, very liquidy. And I don't want to get it everywhere. So I just gotta be real careful. As they say, a little dab will do ya. We'll just get this started. I hate this tiny little flippin' thing. Let's get something nicer here. Is this gonna be too big? That is gonna be too big. Go with my 1.5 millimeter. And yeah, they fascinate me too, Shadow Wolf. 3D printers fascinate me too. That's why I love working with them. Okay, this is where it gets, oh, okay, I see what I have done this incorrectly. Yeah, that's what I thought. That needs to go in there. So that can go through there. Because otherwise I won't have access to this screw. We'll put a dab of thread locker on there. Oh, that's probably in the wrong place. Let's see if we can move that a little bit off to the side. And then get this in here. Come on. Where's the damn hole? There. All right. We're just going to very, very gently put that in. Okay. That one goes in. Again, not doing too much to it. We're not gonna snug them down real hard yet, because I need to make sure that these all line up. Hey, Crafty, welcome on in. Good to see you. I know, it's been so long since I've seen you from downstairs. Of course, we're going to make a mess, because that's what you do. It's been so long, yes, I'm doing well. Come on, get in there. All right, now we'll snug these down. There, that one's nice and snug. All right, next we have to, I'm going to go ahead and grab my tweezers. Mess is okay, blood sacrifice is not, yeah. I also really ought to be doing this on a paper towel. All right, just a little bit of thread locker. And this part goes through there. If you hear a hum in the background, folks, that is my washing machine. Get in there. Okay, that's good. Is it blasting off into orbit? No, but it is definitely revving up. Okay, there's two. Oh, get in there. Get in there. There we go. About to have a time trial lap around our basement. Yeah. Just about. Like, I honestly don't know if you guys can hear that, but it is getting rather loud. Because it's on its spin cycle. Okay, a little drop of thread locker. Shift our tweezers. Throw that in there. All right, now we can tighten these down. This is the new washing machine. All right. Those are now in place. Don't think I need any more thread locker. So those are going to get... That's going to get closed off. We're going to keep the tweezers. And just making sure that I don't have thread locker on all over my fingers. Okay, there's that part. Okay, so here we preload an M3 nut. And you know what? I'm gonna be courageous. Oh. Hex nut M3s. I'm gonna be courageous. I'm gonna use some square nuts here. Yes, I removed the transit bolts. One of the first things we did. I'm going to be courageous. I'm going to use these square nuts. I know. Scary. All right. So, square nuts. are in place. You'd be surprised how many don't. No, I wouldn't. I have dealt with the public. Okay. And then on the bottom, it says preload 2 M3 nuts. So we're going to go ahead and just slide 2 more square nuts in. And then on the back, it says do 6. So what's going to be fun is flipping this back over and then getting it into place. All right, that's 4. Hey, my washing machine broke. Did you remove the transit bolts? The what? Yeah. That's 2, 4, 5. And 6. Okay. Carefully do it that way. Okay, those are all in place. Have you thrown your wallet into the fire known as Steam Winter Sale? No. Not totally, Shadow Wolf. I did buy a copy of Arma 3. Yeah, I did buy a copy of Arma 3. But that's all that I've bought in the winter sale at the moment. Okay. So next, preload 6 M3 nuts, 2 M3 nuts on the bottom, 2 on the sides, and now the M3 by 8. So these M2 by 8s are going to go back in the bag. And I'm going to grab 2 of these. All right. And then this is my own 1.5 millimeter X-wrench. Not the one that came with the kit. Good. All right, now you have to carefully put this into place. Oh, why are you not going in? That is a tight fit, and I do not like it. Ooh, okay. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's make sure we line that up. Okay, that one's in. That one's already lined up. All right, can't torque on that anymore. No, you are not sliding as freely as you used to. Okay, let's check. Yeah, we're slightly off right here. That's better. Just moving some stuff around to make it easier to work with. Fudge. Yeah, that just happened. All those nuts that I preloaded just fell out. Alright, which means this has got to come back out. Yeah, of course they did, Crafty. Nothing is easy. Okay. There's the two there. Let's get the two in the bottom that I had to do. And then there's still two in the back. I need to put these other 4 in. Alright, there's that 6 again. And again, I'm very worried that this is not... It's going to sit like that for right now. I'm a little worried that it's... Sorry, Noah. Yeah, I am building a 3D printer. Specifically... thought... Yeah, the picture in the upper right, upper left-hand corner, up there, that is what we are building. It is called a VORON 0.1. You know what? I'm going to loosen these. No, don't do that. I'm going to loosen these just a little bit. I can't loosen the bottom ones. I'm going to do that just to get these into place. And then I can tighten them back up again. Of course, now that's too far. I love lining up nuts in blind things, blind setups. All right, let's try this again. I'm sitting here by the fire, just water my 50 downstairs plants. I do kind of wish we had more plants in this house, but we have a cat. Okay. All right, that's nice and non-binding. All right. Got those two down there. Hey, Batman. All right. How are you doing tonight, Batman? Okay, I need two more. Those go in the bottom. This thing is kind of over-engineered. I kind of like that. Oh, this is fun. I've got a... Hopefully, I've got that in the right spot. We shall see. I do not have that in the right spot. Because it's not grabbing onto anything. Problem is, and it's a blind. Let's try and get the other one. Is this light working? Or did I kill the batteries? I can't tell. Okay. We're gonna try... Okay, I see. Two of those nuts. Okay, what do we got? How's the contraption going? It's going. I'm sitting here trying to set this up. Hmm. can do that. Oh, wait a minute. What we got here? Aha! Yeah, hey, Argon, no, nothing has exploded yet. Nothing has exploded yet, thankfully. Come on, tighten down. There we go. Alright, that's one side. Alright, trying to get these nuts into position, and they're blind, which means... Okay. I think that's in the right spot. No, that's not biting on anything. Dang it. And I have a bunch of preloaded nuts on this side, or on the underside of this, and I'm trying very hard not to lose them. Okay. Where's my light? You're dying. I need new batteries for you. Are you any better? Probably not. Alright, that's in position. What kind do I need? Triple A's. For that particular light, triple A's. Come on, bite. There we go. Okay. So now, this way, and this way. Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. How am I? That's gonna be tight. All right. I had to slide that one out because I had no other recourse. So we can put it in here. Come on. Go in. . I can see why they tell you to preload these nuts. But boy, is that hard to get to. You're actually in the right position, too. Nice. Hi, thank you. Okay. Let me get this nut in here, or this bolt in here. Yes, the washing machine beeped. Come on, tighten up. Oh, wait a minute. It says to use 12s on this. Yeah, it says to use 12s on this. Okay, so those all go back. And where's our M3 times 12? Even in there? All right, hold on, folks. I need to... change the batteries in this flashlight. Which they did not make easy on this particular flashlight. But it was free from Harbor Freight just for going into their store. So I guess I really can't complain. I don't even know if these are... They expire next month anyway. Or no, not 24, 20... Wait, no, these expired in 2022. No, not these. The ones I just took out. Yeah. I don't know. Because we bought them for the smoke detectors. All right. Batteries. These are rechargeable, which are much preferred. I much prefer rechargeables to everything else. Okay, then you go. Yes. All right, let's get you closed back up. Yeah, hopefully you all out there are staying warm. You know, it is dangerously cold out by me. Dangerously cold. Much better. All right, that one's done. We need to move this screw into position, which it is. Boom, that one's done. All right. Getting this one into position is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. Those two bottom ones are in place, so we're going to make that one fall out. And then we have to pick it back up and put it back into place. Come on. Having a good pair of tweezers is... It's going to make you hot cocoa since it's cold down there, but I figured bad idea when you're building things. Not necessarily, Crafty. I would welcome a hot cocoa. Get in there. There we go. And I think it's in position too. Good. So... that one... It is not in position. There it is. Hooray for slightly magnetized bolts and tools. Okay, make sure that 2 of the preloaded nuts are located in the center. They are. All right. So those are captured. They're not coming. They're not going anywhere anymore. All right, cool. Let's turn that off so we don't kill the battery. Do need to try and get this. Come on, get in there. This is the whole point of having a ball end wrench. So I don't have to be dead on. All right, we're just going to tighten that one down. I like how that's not moving very freely. All right. So that's good. Those preloaded nuts are in place. Tramming. Check for any binding or snags while moving the bed carrier up and down the rails. Bed carrier must be able to move freely along the entire length. It does not feel like it snags, and I don't need a lot of pressure to move it. Just double check things again here. We'll need to remove this. All right, let's get that loosened. Get that one loosened. All right. That's about as good as it's going to get. There we go. Okay. All right. Tramming is done. Now, oh, we get to remove these uprights now. Ah, they were temporarily attached to help with tramming. So that gets removed. That gets removed. We'll just slide that out. All right. So now, let's see. In the top and on the back. Okay. Sippy cup with a straw, yeah. 6 M3 nuts get preloaded here. And we're just gonna do that. 2, 3, 4. 5 and 6. Okay, and then one nut here on the back side. Come back here. All right, that part's done. And then we need 6 M3 nuts on the very bottom. I really hope that I'm using the right nuts for this. One. 2. 3. 4. Five. Oops, they doubled up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. Very bottom. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. How? Okay. And what's E extrusion? What is number E? I am playing music, yes. Is it too low? I will increase the volume. Actually, hold on. I need to shift some things around here in my OBS. Now it's too much. How about that? There, now I can see chat. Little up. Alright, that is at negative 6 dB. Okay. So, perfect. Okay, cool. So I need E extrusions. I know I have my Y rails. Also, Yuki helped type that. Of course she did. What is the E extrusion? E extrusions have one hole in them. They are 200. These are not E extrusions. These are not E extrusions. This is an E extrusion. And this is an E extrusion. Let me just double check that. It should be 29.5 millimeters from the end to the middle of the hole. Okay, so come on, stop fighting me, ruler. That is approximately 29.5 millimeters. Yes. Good. Okay. So, get back down to our page. Okay, so these are E extrusions, and we need to put in these. Oh no. Oh, okay, never mind. I was suddenly worried because the holes weren't lining up. But that's because these need to. All right, let's get the E extrusions in first before I do the Y rails. I was worried that these weren't lining up, and that's because there's supposed to be some overlap on the backside. And we'll square all this up in a moment once it's done. Right now I just want to tighten this down so I have stuff. Okay, there's that one. Oh, perfect. Okay. Let's get our rails in here, our Y rails. I can see why we didn't need blockers on the ends of these rails, because the frame itself acts as a rail stop. All right, good, 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 good. Okay. We're going to leave those rail stops on there just for right now. And then, okay. Now we need M3 by 10s. M3 by... Thank you. 6. Those will go there. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just reorganizing. M3 by 10s. And she put marshmallows in my hot cocoa. Alright, so these will all get put in here. I do like how well and over-engineered this thing is. Okay. So that's that. Let's go ahead and gently move this up here. So I can put stuff on the back. This is really starting to... Hey, Alex is Batman. Welcome on in. We are building a 3D printer. We are building a 3D printer. Specifically, we are building that 3D printer that you see in an image right there. This is actually a fairly small 3D printer. The build volume is only 120 by 120 by 120 millimeters. And yes, Crafty, that is my random lurk message. All right, we will get these all squared up shortly. AM 3 by 10s. I've been putting the right nuts in here. And yeah, that is some good looking cocoa. Probably a bit too hot for me to drink at the moment. Okay, so that step is done. And we need to get our H extrusions again, which are these, if I remember correctly. Or are they these? Let's find out. Gotta go back to, what kind of basement is this? This is my basement workshop. It is an unfinished basement, as you can see in the background. But, yeah. There's my computer rack with servers and all of our networking hardware. This is my workbench. I have quite a bit of a workbench. I have all of this. I have all of that over there. I have my one of my 3D printers here. Okay, and we need to find out what our H extrusions are. What they look like. Okay. Alright, those are D extrusions that have multiple holes. Yeah, these are the D extrusions, which I don't need. I need the H extrusions, which have 2 holes in them only. That's those. Let's take off the H extrusions, put on the E. The H extrusions now go here. So this is going to get us all snugged up and square. I'm just loosely tightening these. It would also help if I put these on in the correct orientation so I could access the screws. All right, I think I can tilt this back, of course, and unsecure all of that. Because I need to readjust these. Tighten that one down. And thank you, Batman. I will take a sip. Yeah, that's hot cocoa. And like I said earlier, I hope all of you are staying warm out there. Yeah, everyone is getting affected by this snowstorm. And yes, warm is relative, Argon. Alright. Oh, let's check squareness. Not quite square. Really wish I had a thwacker. I do, kind of. Need to loosen that just a tiny bit. Let's go ahead and put this in here. And push that into the corner, make sure that's square. Does it have instructions? Yes, it does. Yeah, I will show you the instruction manual here shortly. It is not quite square. I will show you that momentarily. That's reasonably square. That's better. That looks reasonably square. That is not square. That's going to get loosened and retightened. Still a little off, but I'm okay with that. Tighten that one. Tighten that one. Make sure these are all snug, which they are. Okay. There's that. Instructions. Hold on, we're doing things live here. Here's the instructions. Yeah. You cannot build a 3D printer without instructions. Alright, so it says that this is supposed to be 37 millimeters to the edge. And that looks to be 37, 36, 37, yes. That's 37. Is this 37? Yes. These all should be 37. Yep. Yep, looks good. All right. Put this back. All right. Of course. Come here. All right, what's next? Trying to see where it's doing, where it says to do stuff. Next step, use the 3D printer to print all the pieces to make another one, only at a larger scale. I could. All of the plastic pieces that you see here, these were all 3D printed. Like all of this stuff, all of the parts for this printer were 3D printed. Okay. So, let's see. I'm trying to read, yes, and then we repeat the process until you have a printer large enough to print a house. I think we're finally starting to get into the acrylic. I think we're finally starting to get into the acrylic pieces. I feel bad about just completely destroying this packaging. But boy, did they do a good job of packaging all this. Because it's wrapped in bubble wrap and in more saran wrap. Okay. So... we are looking for a particular piece. This is the good industrial shrink wrap too. Okay. So these are all pieces for the top hat, if I understand correctly. And yes, it's called a top hat. I think this is the piece we're looking for now, because that's going to go in the bottom. Okay. Running out of space. Alright, so we're going to put that there. All right. Where is this chain? This cable chain needs to... I need to pop out this other piece. Come on. There we go. And get a nut. And then what? An M3 by 6. Okay, the M3 by 10s are done. M2 by 6, M3 by 12, M3 by 6. You go back in the box. Don't need you right now. All right, and we are going to reload that just a little bit, and then this is going to go in here just like this. I said in here just like this. A little tight. We'll just loosen that up a little. Not that much. All right. You know, they're actually, Argon, they are starting to 3D print houses. I think the first ones have been cleared for human habitation are in Arizona. Yeah, you've seen the project? Yeah. Which is interesting. Like I would be curious to see what a 3D printed house looks like. Okay. So that cable chain is done. All right. Sorry, itchy. So where do we preload nuts here? So it looks like I need to put... It looks like I need to put 4 under here. Which that's going to be a challenge. Which slot? When in doubt, refer to the pictures on page 38 and 39. Okay, so, this goes in here. And do I peel the paper off of this first, or do I... You know what? No, we're gonna test fit it first. I'm not going to be able to peel the paper off once I get this done. Plus, there's holes, apparently, that I need to know about, which I don't see in here. Is this the right piece? Let's find out. That is the only piece that looks like that. Alright, well, here goes nothing. Peel the paper off of this acrylic. If it would peel. Come on. Do this where you guys can see it. I'm gonna have so much to clean up in this basement once I'm done with this project. The other thing you may have noticed, folks, is I don't have a spot to put this. And that's because that's another project. I have an IKEA lock table, a little side table that they have, with some 3D printed parts that I made that'll allow me to mount a shelf and casters to the bottom of the IKEA lock. And that's where this is going to live. All right. There's that side. Let's see. Would it be easier to start from this edge? Watch me scratch the hell out of my brand new acrylic here. You have full net again. Seems we had a hard reboot of the router to get it all unclogged. Welcome on in, Pack. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. We are making progress. We are slowly but surely making progress. I am trying to get under this paper. There we go. I am made so much chili. I love chili. Chili is good. There. Should be good. Evil Bear Commander deck, nice. I haven't done much with Magic the Gathering Commander. Like, I was into Magic, like, way back when I was in middle school. Like, I was really into Magic back when Ice Age had just come out. Ice Age and Homelands. And I never really, like, and then I stopped playing and then I never really got back into it. So a lot of the new stuff, I have no clue. Okay, I didn't need that. Come on, you had to tear right at the end. At my moment of victory? And making it just for the FurCon, just so you can be done and decent on the cheap. Deck would be $100 or less. Nice. I've got a whole bunch of Magic cards. I haven't played physical Magic in a very long time. I have been enjoying Magic Arena, which is on the Epic Store. I think it's called Magic Arena. Okay, so there's no holes drilled on this, like the picture, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is not the right piece. That most certainly slips in there. Okay, so what is next? I need to preload those square nuts. And that's going to need to be done kind of blind, like this. Which I'm not too keen on, but if I have to do it, I have to do it. I need to get 3 in the sides here, too. We're rapidly approaching the period where I can no longer rotate this thing around. Because if I do, all the nuts will fall out. That's 2. I need 3 on this side. One, and 2, and 3. Okay. We need to get 4 on the underside. This is where it's going to get challenging. One. 2. 3. And 4. Just gonna carefully lift this up and check underneath. All right, there's my 4 nuts there. Carefully tilt this so we can get the other side. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, carefully lift this up. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. We still got our 4 on that side. We've got our 3 on this side. Got a preload 3 over here. Alright, so I got my 3 there. That gets slid into place. And then I need 3 nuts along the top of each side here. All right, so we got 3 on top. We've got the cable chain. Okay, page 36 is done. All right, we need a B extrusion. B extrusion, which we go back up to the top and figure out which one that is. B extrusion has no holes whatsoever. Except for the ones on the end, which this one appears to be. Okay. So let's get back to our page. Okay. Go ahead and move some stuff around here. M3 by 10. We need 2 of them, 1 in each end. Wait a minute. How does that work? And bless you, Batman. Oh, that's how it works. Okay. It doesn't actually connect up to anything just yet. Okay, but we do need to preload some more nuts. It says 4, so you gonna go in like this. And then I'm gonna flip this over. Then you go like that. Cool, 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 cool. Next up, we need D extrusions. We'll figure out where the D extrusions are. D extrusions are these. Yes. Because they have 3 holes. Yeah. Okay. So the D extrusion has to go like this. And let's go ahead and tighten all these up. I'm just quietly snugging these up right now. Let's start actually snugging these up. That one. That one. Hopefully you guys can still see pretty well. cannot see and you need me to reposition the camera, by all means, let me know. That one's snug. All right. We have a cube. All right. That's that one. Verify all of the preloaded nuts. We have 3 here. We have 3 here. We have 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We have 3 on this side. We have 2 right down there, which are currently being held by bolts. On the back side, we have 1 M3 nut. I seem to have way too many nuts here. Oh no, it said that put in 2 extra ones for the Bowden extruder. Okay, so we got 3 and 3, plus 2 extras for the Bowden extruders. We got 1 there. And here's where it's going to get a challenge, because I can't show you guys. But we have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. All right, we have all of the nuts in place. Four, 6 in the back, and 4 on all the other sides. All right, cool. That's the frame done. Oh no. Ugh. Really? You fell out. Now that's what I get for trying to be fancy dancy. Question is, can I get this back into position? It fell out, so I should be able to get it back in. I did. Excellent. Okay, boy, those things fall out easy. Okay. Next, we get to work on the AB drive. So, I need a place to put this. Ugh. It's gonna go on top of... It's gonna go over here. Okay. Oh, we get to play with the heat set inserts again. All right, so front idlers. No. AB drive units. Okay. Here's the A and B tensioners. That's the B tensioner. Here's the A tensioner. Insert slot 421Z into widget MHJ47. Yes. There's A. And then that's the B idler, or B mount. Makes that not the A mount. There's the A mount. They're all clearly labeled too, which is nice. A and B. Okay, so there's that. Let's go ahead and fire up my soldering iron. It's still got the tip in it. These are all 240, or this should all be made out of ABS. So, okay. Here's the A. Okay. Where's my heat set inserts? We're just going to preset these up. The two on the sides sit below the surface. The outer heat set inserts will sit below the surface of the part. While installing, make sure the heat inserts bottom out inside their hole. Okay. And my soldering iron should be up to temp. So let's go ahead and do the middle one first. Still proud. That one's good. Okay, these need to go all the way down. Not super keen on that, but guess that's what it's got to be. Yeah, no. All right, those are below the surface. Okay. Wonder what lovely fumes I'm getting. All right. That's that. And that gets flipped over, and A idler gets put in. Okay. Yeah, fresh plastic fumes. Just to hold this in place, I'm going to put this nut back on. Should keep that from coming out, which it does. Okay. More heat set inserts and more parts. These parts aren't labeled. But this, okay. This one is in the picture. So I need a heat set insert to go there. That actually worked pretty well. Sorry, cleaning my soldering iron. Alright, this one just goes in until it's flush. Like that. Perfect. Okay, then we need 2 M3x35s. M3x35s. I'm finished? No, I am nowhere near finished, Alex. Unfortunately, no. Not anywhere near finished. A note on shims. We specify shims as they have a consistent thickness compared to regular washers. If you sourced washers instead, make sure to measure their thickness. Target is 0.5 millimeters to avoid issues with the stack up. Okay, this is me working with the idler bearings. Alright, so that gets put into place. These are the 35s, aren't they? Yeah, M3 by 35. For ease of assembly, we recommend to assemble the A and B drives upside down. Alright, that is that. Next, I need unfortunately need to start dumping out stuff. No, do not fall. Spacer. Need the spacers is what I need. All right. I also need not the rubber feet. That's the build plate. Tool head and motion, is that what we need? Yes. Okay, that's the extruder. There's the bearings I need. There's some set screws. I don't need those bearings. Alright, Teflon, pulley. Okay. So right now I just need the bearings. And then over here, where'd they go? Two nuts and two, I think I threw them in here? No, shim washers. Okay, so you get one shim. Come on. One shim there. Get a spacer. We get a shim on top of the spacer. Let's get into our bearings. Fancy schmancy. All right. We get one like so. No shim in between them. Put a shim there. Another shim. And another set of bearings. And then another shim. And then on this side, we get a shim, 2 bearings, and another shim. Okay. And those do match up, so that's good. Good. All right. Oh, okay. I see. And this... Apparently the holes are just small enough that I have to unscrew these bolts to get this piece into position. And then screw this bolt back in. Come on, let's get you. All right, bearings all roll easily, which is good. Okay. Now I need M3 by 30s. Ah, that's why those pieces need to be sunk in, so these bolts can get all the way to them. Is this music putting you to sleep yet, folks? Alright, that one's done. These should all be M30s. Yeah. I can even double check with my handy dandy thread checker. Yep, that's a 30mm. Okay, this one goes in here. Alright. And this should start engaging here in a moment. Just felt like it did. Perfect. Alright, so... those are too tight. Well, that's easy. We're just going to back them off. Quarter turn, or half turn. So that this can move freely. Alright, that's that. Have a good night, Alex's Batman. Thank you for coming by. Glad to see you, as always. Okay. I need to put these away. So I'll lose them. Same thing with the shim washers. And I can hear the wind howling outside, even from where I'm at. Alright, what do we have next? Next, we actually don't need this nut anymore. We can just leave that out so it matches the picture. Okay, so now we get to do motors. Running out of places to put things. All right. So now I need... What do we got here? Crimping kits, wiring harness stuff, anti-backlash nut. Alright, that is some beefy motors. This is the Z motor, I know that. I think. Hold on, they have part numbers. This is the LDO 36 TH20 100 4 AHG VRN. This is the extruder motor. Okay. So that by yeah, this is the Z motor because it's got the Z lead screw in it already. Okay, that makes sense. So these are the X and Y motors. NEMA 14 35 STH 35 STH 154 1504 AH VRN. Yep. Nice. Alright, so that's gonna sit over there. Nice, that's hardwired in. Okay, so what do we got next? I'm gonna need the grub screws. Here's the pulleys. Do these pulleys have grub screws in them? I don't think they do. And these look way too small. All right. So this needs to go on this way. Oh, these have dual grub screws. Interesting. And then they also need to be 8.5 millimeters. We're going to do this. And these already have thread locker on them, which is nice. Sorry about that, folks. Just had to get that taken care of before got too far. Make sure you're in the right place. All right, 8.5 millimeters. Not even close. That's 5, 6. Where's my loop? Of course I drop it. Sorry. You're going to get a nice view of the back of my head because I need to get way in with this jeweler's loop. All right, so that's 10. Or close to it. Nine, 8, 8.5. All right. Let's double check that one more time. Five, 6, 7, 8. Almost 8.5. Okay. It's off by maybe a few microns. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Okay. Does it say which way I need to orient? Okay. Need the 35 millimeter. Need 4 of them. I'm probably going to have to reposition this once once I get it into place. All right. But for now, we're just going to mount it like that. Alright, it says don't tighten these, so we're going to back them off about a half a turn from full tightness. Probably back them off another half a turn. Because that needs to be able to slide. Alright, and that's tight, and we'll go one full turn. You should be able to slide back and forth. Good. Okay. Probably back those out even further. Okay. Put the nut on. And it says check your work. Compare your assembled parts to the graphic shown here. Pay attention to the pulley orientation and the alignment with the bearing stack, which is actually way out. Oh, shoot. I put this on upside down. Well, that's why it's not set up right. Goodness. I put the motor on upside down. Well, that explains a lot. Oh. Need to put some of this stuff back before I lose it. Back in boxes. All right. Come on. Also, am I using the right screws? Yeah, M35 button head cap screws. But yeah, that would explain a lot. Alright, so that's gonna go like that. And it's still off, but that's fine. I can correct that. It's just gonna take a minute. Right. It again doesn't say which way I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to orient this. I'm guessing wires are going to go out that way. Are you even biting? I don't think you are. Alright. I'm just going to tighten all these up and then back them off half a turn. Okay, so that's movable. It's what we want. And the adjustment nut goes in. And we'll just leave it like that. Now, according to the image, the head here, the pulley, I don't know how well you can see that, needs to be in line with these two bottom pulleys. So that needs to get adjusted. I think that looks to be in line, folks. Okay, it needs to be 8.5 millimeters from the top of the motor. All right, well, that's the A drive unit completed. Now the B drive. B. Boom. All right. And let's do some heat inserts. All right, those are nice and in place. Clean all that crap off of my soldering iron tip. Go ahead and shut that down. All right. Brilliant. All right. Take our B tension adjuster. And slide it through. We need to do one. Okay, there. I didn't need to. I needed to keep that up because I needed to do one more. One more heat insert. Good, you're up to temp. You go there. Perfect. Nice and flush and hot. Okay. Next up, we've got two M3x35 button head cap screws. Nope, can't just push that through. But once it kind of cuts its own threads, you can totally just spin it by hand. Okay. Come on. And then this one is actually assembled slightly differently than the first one. Interesting. Okay. Let's get some shim washers. Okay. And get out of here. All right, so this one gets 2. One gets 2. shim here. And then a spacer. This one gets 2 shims. Another set of bearings. And another shim. Okay. That's it for that tube. Alright, gotta do the same thing that I did before. Back these off. Almost all the way. Come on. Oh, right. Alright, I need more button head screws. That should be hitting our insert here momentarily. And we're going to back that off a half a turn just to give some clearance. And let's get this other one in. Okay, almost done. It should be hitting the insert right about now. Tighten that up, back it off. Good, that can still move. And where's our next motor? Here we go. All right. We need the set screws. Just 2 of them. And where's the pulley? Where'd my pulley go? There it is. It's sitting right in front of me. This one goes teeth down, teeth up, I should say. So this needs to be 17.5 millimeters. That seems like a lot. It's almost completely off the... I'm just going to tighten it there. I'll adjust as necessary later. Alright, and we need 35s. Come on, open up, dang it. Gonna back each of these off half a turn. And it can still slide. Good. All right. Let's get this in place. And it says that the pulley should be matched with these two rollers. So, we're gonna loosen that. And loosen that. Try to match these up. Looks pretty good. Tighten that grub screw down. And tighten that one down. It's pretty good. I'll adjust as needed. So, there's our A and our B. Ah. Now, looking at this, hold on a second. I have to make sure that I have enough. 6, 3. Oh, I see. Yeah. I see. Now we get to mount these to the frame. Okay. But that means that I put these on backwards. These go to the... Well, no, I didn't, actually. Hold on. No, I didn't, actually. I put these on fairly well. Okay. Nice. Alright. So, let's go ahead and get our frame back out. Because that gets mounted like that. I think. Screws are fastened to the preloaded nuts. Yeah, there's no other way those could move any more than that. Like, they have to go that way. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and start mounting these. And we're going to back these off just a little bit. Yeah, there's literally no other way that this could mount other than putting this nut right here through the frame. Yeah, that's way more than 37. Yeah, that's the only way it could go. Nice, and I got that in on the first try too. Alright, it's 11 o'clock. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish mounting these two motors. And then that's where we're going to call it a night here, folks. But that's not for a while yet, because I still got to mount these things. Come on, come out. Come out so I can get the nut into place. Bingo. Got it nicely aligned. All right. Alright, that's nice and lush. And now we gotta get these into place, which I'm gonna need bamboo skewers, which are, of course, too heavy. I can't really tell. I may have just gotten lucky. I got lucky, folks. Nice. Alright. So now, let's get the next one in there. Now would be a really great time. I wish I had one of those fancy mini electric screwdrivers. That would make doing this a lot easier. Captain Snuggles, welcome on in. Welcome on in. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh snap, what up? How are you? We are making progress. We are making progress on our 3D printer. Nice. That one was in place too. I just got done with Christmas movies. Very nice. What'd you watch? Oh no. Where did it go? It went too far. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Grinch, Muppet, Christmas Carol, the good stuff. Nice. Very nice. Oh, it sounds like you had a wonderful evening. I have been sitting here putting this together. I've been having a good evening too, actually. We got the A and B motor mounts set up. We got the rest of the frame, or most of the frame, set up. Right now, just installing this stuff onto the frame. I think I can take these out now. Get full motion on those. Let's put that back in here. I'm trying to make sure that I don't lose anything. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you had a good night. I don't know if you'll consider this a good thing or a bad thing, but I am contemplating taking my first steps into JavaScript, specifically so I can set up something to work with my bot, or one of my bots, and get it to pull via REST API information about my current ongoing 3D print. And the bot that I use, I believe, is built in JavaScript, so extensions and whatnot for it are also built in JavaScript. And I don't know if that is laudable or lamentable that I am attempting this, or will be attempting this. Okay, that piece is done. These are gonna move. JavaScript is a great place to learn that nothing matters and all is chaos. All right. So we need to back this screw out a little bit so I can get this into place. That should be good enough. This, back out some more as well. Also get it into place. This is gonna go here. And then hopefully I've got that in the right spot. I don't think I've got that in the right spot. I might. No, it doesn't feel like it. There we go. That feels more like it's seated. Then we can get that tightened down. Not all the way, because then we have to tighten this one down. I could theoretically, Captain Snuggles, I could theoretically do it in Python, because the new version of OBS does support Python scripting, as opposed to Lua. Well, it supports both Lua and Python. And I could do it in Python. I know you're a Python evangelist. Nothing wrong with that. I like Python. Okay, you're in the right place. So in you go. Both good. The important thing is we're making new friends. Yes. As as I was saying before, this would be a really nice time to have one of those little electric screwdrivers, the little tiny electric screwdrivers that I see all of the cool makers on YouTube have. You are not biting. Why are you not biting? Drill it out, pop rivet it, no more adjusting. Yeah, right? You're the right length. Not... Unless you're not in position. There we go. What? Why is that not... Alright, what's going on here? Okay, how do I stop these from falling out? I do like how over-engineered this is. I mean, like, once I get this thing put together, there's like, it's not coming apart. I mean, the motor mounts, the motors are held to the frame by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bolts. Trying to position this nut. Nope. It didn't feel right. I can't see the nut anymore, so maybe I'm wrong. The nice thing is, once you've screwed in one of these bolts, it kind of cuts its own threads into the 3D printed part, and then it gets easier. I just don't think that nut's in the right spot. I don't know why this one's giving me so much trouble. The other one went in pretty smoothly. Yeah, no, that didn't grab. Alright, these are the right bolts, right? Yeah, M3 by 35. Yeah, and that should be plenty to grab and pull that nut up. Doesn't help, I can't really see what I'm doing here. This might be better. Get a little more light on the situation. There we go. That did it. Alright, so now this one is going to be the real tough one. I hope that's in the right spot. I got lucky with the other ones. Come back here, Allen Wrench. All right. No, that doesn't feel like it's biting on anything. Okay. I may be able to get away with doing this. I may have done it. Let's see. Feels like something. That's not seating all the way, and I don't know why. Back it out again. Hopefully I'm not destroying the square nut that I put in here. Okay. Let's just test something here. Oh, you are destroyed. Oh, that's no good. Yeah. The threads got all mangled. That's no good. How can I get that out without disassembling all of this? Oh, that's a challenge. Just had you. Right, come on. Come on, I got one of you in and out of this channel before. Did I destroy the threads on this? Oh yeah. Yeah, those threads are gone. Okay, well, this is a problem. Aha! Yeah, no, the threads on this nut are gone. That one's garbage. Means I need to get a new one in. Hopefully I have a bunch of extras. There we go. Okay. Now, let's try this again. I don't think... Yeah, my bamboo skewers are too big. Hmm. All right, let's see here. Get it to where I need it to be. Let's mark it with some tape. And it's approximately... approximately like that. So that should show me about. I'm gonna head to bed. If I don't speak to you before, happy holidays. Thank you very much, Shadow Wolf. And you take care, get some rest, get some good sleep. Hope you feel better. Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully this will be in right position. I won't strip out another nut. Alright. Should be engaging right about now. Bingo. Nice. Okay. That was one of the hard parts. Now, I need to get rid of this tape. Because I don't need it anymore. Alright. 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 Come on, come back out. All right, that should get all the way down. Should be able to just push this in. to approximately the right position.
Don't cry.
All right, so yeah, I think we're gonna finish mounting these two pieces of hardware, and I think that's where we're gonna call it a night. Much progress. How many 3D printers do I have? Okay, so I have, no way, I have that one, which is currently hasn't run in a while, but that's because I just haven't been running it. That was my first 3D printer. Then I got the one that you see in pieces way over there. That was my second one. This is my third, and yes, this is my fourth 3D printer. Not all of them are running, though. Not all of them are running. I will eventually get my first one running, and then that second one I'm going to be parting out to build another 3D printer called a hypercube. And that's going to be a big 3D printer. That's going to be 300 by 300 build volume. But that one's going to be expensive. Yes, you did guess right. See, the funny thing is out of the 4 printers that I have, I only paid for 2 of them. Because that one, the monoprice, the little mini, was the first one I bought. Then that one over there in the back corner was gifted to me, and then I bought the Neptune, and then this one was a prize. Okay, you're not seating, and I don't want to damage the threads, so we're gonna back you out. And we're going to try to reseat the nut to where it needs to be. But yes, technically I have only paid for 2 of them. No, you're not grabbing. Don't tell me I stripped your threads again. Back you all the way out. But yeah, the reason that one in the back corner is in pieces is because one of the a part of the control board burned out, and it was cheaper to buy a new printer than it was to buy a replacement control board. And this also happened during COVID and during the start of the chip shortage. So I couldn't even get a replacement part to try and fix it myself. How did Darth Vader know what Luke was getting for Christmas? He felt his presence. Yeah, I think I stripped the screw. Nope, not. Yeah, there's got some... Maybe... Ugh. I doubt I can fix this. Yeah, no, that's not biting. I think I maybe cross-threaded that. All right, well, maybe we can hang on to that one and use it somewhere else. All right.
Sueño más de lo que debo, despego, quemo eso, subo al cielo, pero arriba no me encuentro nada nuevo y luego acabo todo tirado por los suelos. Quería subir para no bajar, con cara de póker grabando el track, soltarme unas barras y poco más, sin imaginar lo que podría pasar.
Felt something.
Con los ojos cerrados. Bebo batido en la escalera sentado, hermano, ¿por qué andas preocupado? Pensando en las cosas que aún no te han pasado.
Nope, wasn't even close.
Estoy matando monstruos con las hawaianas, volando en posiciones.
How well does Luke eat sushi if he doesn't have any chopsticks? I don't know, Captain Snuggles. I don't know that one. He used the forks. Oh. Los sueños se derriten por aquí, es así. Veo la vida como Dalí, yo soy quien soy, yo no pienso huir, aunque tenga que subir. Those are good, I like that. Alright, let's see. Did I get lucky?
Dime que me quieres, pero no lo jures. Yo sigo como Goku, yo sigo en mi nube, regando las plantitas empezando el lunes. Mi vida es una jam, yo no trazo un plan. Lo que tenga que venir vendrá. Yo soy de verdad, yo piso la tierra. Tú solo pisas pasos de cebra. ¿A qué esperas? Abre una ventana nueva. Súbete al tejado, tumba las antenas. Respira bien hondo, puedes ser quien quieras. Escúchate por dentro a ver qué suena.
Man, this is being very, very finicky. Are the threads on this one still okay? Yeah? Okay, so... let's try that. Oh. get it? No. Ugh, man. This does not want to cooperate. Alright, let's try this. I think I've got it in the right place now. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright, one more. I don't think I can use this bolt. No. Nope, I can't. Toss that bolt out. Again, hopefully I've got extras. I should have extras. I can always order more if I need to. Alright, so that's going to go in there. Okay. Alright, that seems to be lined up. And then this is going to... So this is a fresh hole, and we're basically cutting our own threads here. Nice. All right, those are solidly in the frame. All right, we are making some good progress here, folks. We are definitely making some good progress. My absolute mess of a workbench. That light, that magnet doesn't want to sit anymore. So I guess light, you get hung up there. All right. Whew. So, that is some good progress we made. Let's do some cleanup. M3 by 10s. M3 by 30s will go in there. M3 square nuts. M3 lock nuts. M3 by 8s. That chain goes there. Let's see. 10, 6. Hex nuts can go in there. That will go back in there. All right. A well-loved area of work. Yeah, that's one way to describe it. That is one way to describe it. I don't want to lose these pieces. So what we're actually going to do is we are going to put them into that little baggie. I don't want to lose that either. And then that's going to go back over there. These pieces can go back in the bag. Those can go back in the bag. All right. Good times, everybody. Good times. All the various crud and everything around. My Loctite will go somewhere over here. There. All right. Sorry, playing around with my jeweler's loop. All right, you have a wonderful evening, Argon. Thank you very much for coming by tonight and for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Let's finish out. Hello. Hold on. I see a nut that is almost escaped, so I need to just kind of shove it back in there. There we go. All right. Just making sure that that's good. Okay, so, let's see. Let's finish up tonight with... Yeah, let's see if we can finish up tonight with getting some of these supports out of this 3D print. Should pop out rather easily. Hopefully I don't break the darn thing. Ah, Cog, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub for 37 months in a row. My goodness. My goodness, what's wrong with you? Alright. We're trying to get these supports out of here. And watch me stab myself. Actually, I should be using my X-Acto knife. A lot, yes. Yes, I do know that. Yeah, this printed out really well, actually. Just got to get these supports out of here. Time to make everybody nervous. Really? Just snap the tip off of my X-Acto knife. You'll love it when that happens. Nice thing about good supports is they can just come right off when you hit them right. I need to go buy some more X-Acto knife blades. I think this is my last one. Man, that's really in there. Alright, so maybe we won't do this. Maybe I'll do this later. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of work. Just a little bit. Alright, but yeah, that's where we're going to call it a night, folks. And it is late. It is almost midnight on a Friday night. I don't have anybody in mind to raid, so I think that's just where we're going to call it a night. Thank you, everybody, for coming by and for watching me go through this pretty interesting build project. And, of course, I just dropped another nut. Ugh. These things, I swear. Maybe if I had used the... Maybe it's the fact that I'm using square nuts. Maybe if I had used the hex nuts, they wouldn't have... they wouldn't be falling all over the place. Alright, but anyway, that's where we're going to call it a night, folks. Thank you again for coming by tonight. No stream from myself or from Crafty tomorrow or Sunday, because it's Christmas Eve and Christmas. If you celebrate, by all means, have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas. If you do not celebrate Christmas, have a happy holiday. Whatever you celebrate, have a happy holiday. And we will see you again next time. Thank you again to everybody for the subs, for the chat, for all of that. You all are really super sweet, and I wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff without any of you. So have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you again soon. Until next time.